Test. 1, 2. Check.
First, no. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that mix on the short set. But we're gonna sing a couple of them in the first set. What's that? Jill Scott and what's the other one?
You talking about the way?
I don't know. Yeah, the way. Yeah.
So we are doing Ascension and the way?
Yeah.
You heard it? You got to do Ascension.
That's first.
Yeah.
And then the way.
You talking to us? Just like candy. You're so dandy. It's not just starting now. It's not the same feeling. I didn't think about you.
Yes, I do.
And the simple mere thought of you.
Starting now. The
Stuff is starting now. The stuff is starting now. Ooh. Stuff is starting now.
It's the same feeling.
Always
Dirty.
Candy.
Ow!
Just like candy.
Every way you walk, even when you talk, it comes over me.
You're so dandy.
I wanna
Just like candy.
Oh, I love the way you walk, love the way you talk.
You're so dandy.
Oh, the stuff is starting now. It's the same feeling.
Always seem to
Think about you. Yes, I do.
Really taken by the simple mere thought of you.
Oh,
You're so dandy.
It was time to go get big.
I just did that.
Huh? No, it was when you put your fingers off, it cut out what I heard. But it was just a harmonic. It was a harmonic for the
Well, we
tree.
can't take that out. Like what? Blackberry? Okay.
That was
Test 1, 2.
Oh, oh, she's a brick house Getting mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. Oh, that lady stack, that's a fact. Ain't holding nothing back. She's a brick house. She's the one, only one, built like an Amazon. Everything that a woman needs to get a man. Yeah, yeah. How can she lose with the stuff she used? 36, 24, 36. What a winning hand. She's a brick house. Well, she's mighty, letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. Oh, that lady stack, that's a fact. Ain't holding nothing back. No. The clothes she wears, the sexy ways, makes an old man wish for younger days. She knows she built and knows how to please. So enough can knock the strong man to his knees. Oh, here's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. Oh, she's a brick house. Oh, that lady stack, that's a fact. Ain't holding nothing back. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. She's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. Oh, she's a brick house. You can do that. Just on the harmony. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it's
you were doing it, so why don't I just stay on the regular and then you do what you want to do.
Okay, down. Take it down, take it down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down, take it down. Take it down, down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down, down. Take it down, take it down. She's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. Oh, that lady stack, that's the fact. Ain't holding nothing back. But she's a brick house. Jungle boogie, jungle boogie, jungle boogie, jungle boogie, jungle boogie. Get it on, boogie now. Oh, she's a bad, bad missus in those skin tight britches. Yeah, I'm about to bust the stitches. Yeah, I'm about to bust the stitches. Yeah. Skin tight. Skin tight. Keep this ain't too boomy, is it? This ain't too boomy, is it? Mm. Check, check. That sound boomy to you? Kind of, sort of, boomy, kind of echoey, boomy, boomy, boomy.
I noticed what you said.
I got this.
I just want to hear it.
How about now?
You good here?
I'm on 2.
Yeah, where you at?
Hey, how are you? How are y'all?
Check 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. What's that? Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. That's better. It's not as boomy. Let's go boom. Check.
I tell you, I heard you with the bang. I mean, that's what I tell you to come up with.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I did. Both of them, right?
I got it. There's a girl, a white girl, out of Berkeley, on YouTube.
Well, they don't play.
Oh, yeah, they.
That's why I was weak. You want in there.
It wasn't. What I'm trying to do. Can I, what would happen if I put it on your pillow?
It sound better.
Okay.
That's all we normally do.
No, I know that. I'm talking about sitting in the evening.
Oh, well, the last, when I did it with your boy, that's
Ooh.
he put it in the
Oh, that's it.
man, that's what that
That's why you think that. Oh, that was.
You better go on ahead. You know like I know.
So we're done, right? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start right now.
Yeah, we done. Let's go home.
Well, y'all go home. I'm sorry. We had a good practice there. I ain't sitting no money here. What time we gonna start? We started with first grade. And so it goes. Soon as somebody start walking in the room, and then I want to do quick grips. That all right with y'all? Is it okay? Check 1, 2. If you ever reaching out for me, do I ever cross your mind? Anytime I miss you, still have your picture in the frame. Ooh. See your footsteps down the hall. I swear. Do I ever cross your mind? Anytime reaching out for me, do I ever cross your mind? Anytime I miss you. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
I still don't know what we said.
Right, I know.
One second.
Nappy, he said nappy does. Must have been just enough of a minute.
Hey, no, that was
Woke up this morning with a smile on my face. Jumped out of bed, took a shower, dressed, cleaned up my place, made me some breakfast, toast, 2 scrambled 4:30, can't wait to get home. Nah, girl, I got something else to do. Go ahead, really get your groove on, 'cause tonight my man's coming through. We gon' have to connect some other time. No, as much as I like to shake my tank on the dance floor, I got another nasty freaky just right where you like. Tonight I'm gonna be the high score. Is it the way you love me, baby? Oh, is it the way you love me, baby? Is it the way? Is it the way you love me, baby? Oh, is it the way you love me, baby? Is it the way you love me, baby? Oh, is it the way? Is it the way you love? Is it the way you love me, baby? Oh,
Is it the way?
is it the way that you love me, baby? Is it the way? Is it the way that?
Is it the
way you love me, baby? Is it the way
'Cause you were a dream that should not have been. Fantasy real. You gave me this beating, baby. This rhythm inside. You made me feel so good and nice. Gave me paradise. So
Should I realize you're the highest of the high?
you're the highest of the high.
If you don't know, then I'll say, so don't ever wonder. Don't ever wonder. Should I realize
Shouldn't I realize
you're the highest of the high?
you're the highest of the high?
If you don't know, then I'll say, so don't ever wonder. Don't ever
So tell me how long's gonna take to think you speak, baby. 'Cause I can't live my life without you in my side. Shouldn't I realize
you're the highest of the high. If you don't know it, I'll say, so don't ever wonder. Don't ever wonder. Should I realize you're the highest of the high? If you don't know it, I'll say, so don't ever wonder. Don't ever wonder.
shouldn't I realize
You're the highest of the high. If you don't know it, I'll say it. So don't ever wonder. Don't ever wonder. I realize you're the highest of the high. If you don't know it, I'll say it. So don't ever wonder.
Oh, they will.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2021 Bravo Awards. If you would please make your way to the lower ballroom for dinner, there are young ladies that will assist you. Thank you.
We'll just keep playing as they come in.
I think we're going to start pretty close to on time. Good evening and welcome. Good to see everybody. After the year and a half we've been through, it's good to see anybody. But it's good to see y'all. It is a very, very special night, and I couldn't be happier to be here. My name is Bill Bevins, and some of you may have heard me on the radio a few times. I now work at CBS 6 on Virginia this morning. Now, when Tyron asked me if I would MC the event here, I said there are two conditions. One, that we have an inductee from Meadowbrook High School, and we definitely do, and a darn good one at that. Two, I know Lisa Ullman is going to introduce the person from Meadowbrook. Lisa, the second condition is you can't go back to Meadowbrook and look up my records. If you do, it'll be under C- students. I graduated from Meadowbrook in 1969. Yes, it was there then. And this past, well, actually, it was February of 2020. Yeah, February of 2020, right before the Earth stopped spinning. I had a little party and we celebrated my 50th anniversary in radio and broadcasting at that time. And we were able to raise a pretty good pot of money to give to two high schools. One turned out to be the ones my sons went to, Patrick Henry in Hanover County, and we were out last week and gave a check to the Patrick Henry Band. And this coming Tuesday, for the first time in a long time, I'll be back at Meadowbrook High School, and we will present a check to the Meadowbrook Monarchs High School Band. And looking forward to it. The Bravo Awards are such a special occasion because it gives us a chance to kind of look around and see people just like us. In some cases, they did a lot better than us, but just like us, who have achieved great things in life. And they've learned so many lessons, and they'll share some of them with us tonight, and we're very excited to hear from them. We are glad you are all here, as I said a few moments ago. And to kick off this evening at this time, we would like to welcome the Reverend Jenkins to the stage for our invocation.
Would you pray with me, please? Almighty God, creator and sustainer of all that is, whose great commandment is that we should love our neighbors as ourselves, and who has taught us that we should do to others as we would have them do to us, we ask your blessing on the work of the Chesterfield Education Foundation, and the work of the Chesterfield County Public Schools, and on those outstanding alumni who are honored here this evening. We ask that you continue to strengthen their hands in all their undertakings, that their work may continue to enrich and bless the lives of all people. We give you thanks for the food, and we ask that you bless those who prepared it. May we also always be responsive to the needs of our sisters and brothers. Amen.
We'd like to thank some people who helped us get this very special program off the ground. It's, as you can probably see, it takes a lot of work, a lot of planning, and some help from some corporate sponsors. And we want to thank our gold sponsors, Anthem, RRMM Architects, and Dominion Energy. Please give them a round of applause. At this time, it's my honor to present the president of the Chesterfield Education Foundation Board of Trustees. Rob, you want to come on up here and talk to the folks?
Thank you, Bill. Before I begin, I want to thank one special person here. Gina Bedford has put this on and done an amazing job, and you see her running around all day. So let's have a big round of applause for Gina Bedford. Welcome to everyone, and welcome to those online. We have some guests joining us online tonight, so we're happy to have everyone being able to participate in the events tonight. My name is Rob Locke. I am the president of the Chesterfield Education Foundation Board of Trustees. We're here tonight to celebrate very deserving 2021 Bravo awardees. And I look forward to hearing from them here in a little bit. We have some distinguished guests, though, first I'd like to go through and recognize. And if you wouldn't mind, please stand up when I call your name. So first, the Board of Trustees. We have our past president, Gary Armstrong, and Ed Bain. We have Matt Clark, Fred Shuford, Ryan Beethoven Wilson, Ashley Antling, John Erbach, Greg Waltney, Gene Cable, Rachel Krantz, Lauren Posey, and Kathleen Seal. So, board, please stand. Thank you. Also joining us this evening, we have two members of the Chesterfield Board of Supervisors, Kevin Carroll and Jim Engel. Please stand. We also have with us two of our deputy county administrators, James Worsley, and we have the Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Joe Tylis. And finally, our school board is here tonight. Board Chairman Ryan Harder from the Matoka District, Ann Coker from the Bermuda District, Dot Heffron from the Clover Hill District, Debbie Bailey from the Dale District, and Catherine Haynes from the Midlothian District. And before I turn the program over to our school board chair, I'd like to send a very special heartfelt thank you to our teachers. Our teachers are the reason that we're all here. Our teachers take care of our children. They do an amazing job, and they've had a very tough 2 years here. Over the past couple of years, it's been school like no other. So if we could all have our board stand and please have a standing ovation for our teachers in Chesterfield Education. Okay, now I'd like to turn it over to our school board chair, Ryan Harder.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening. I'm happy to be here tonight to recognize these 6 outstanding honorees. This group represents a broad range of professional backgrounds and expertise, but they all have one thing in common, and that's Chesterfield County Public Schools. Tonight's honorees show us what Chesterfield education can bring to our young people and what types of opportunities and success they couldn't have. We are proud of what they've accomplished and will continue to accomplish, and we are proud to have them as representatives of Chesterfield County's public schools. Chesterfield's investment in education has brought strong returns in addition to impressive academic achievements, both at state, regional, and national honors. Our graduates are making differences in our community, in our country, and even in the world. Tonight, I always like to start by saying thank you to the Chesterfield Education Foundation and the Board of Trustees for everything that you do for our schools. You make tremendous contributions daily, and it does go noticed. We owe much of our success as educators to the support. And on behalf of the school board, I want to recognize our wonderful partnership for that. Thank you all for being here this evening. To our family, our friends of tonight's honorees, and also for our community partners and everyone who's come out to enjoy the Bravo winners this evening. So I do want to say congratulations to the Bravo winners. But at this time, I'd like to go ahead and turn the microphone over to Dr. Daugherty. He is Chesterfield County Schools Superintendent.
Good evening. Come on now. Good evening. You started to eat already. Shame on you. No. Well, Rob, you took up the first part of my speech for introducing everybody, so thanks for that. No. Thank you for being here. It is truly a pleasure to come out to get together again. Last year we did this virtual. Not the same feeling, but thank you. There is no doubt that this has been a challenging time in education. Without the partnerships that we have, the togetherness, the collaboration, the communications that have occurred, we would have definitely failed. I'm excited because the pandemic has taught us a lot about ourselves. The good and the bad and the ugly is all there. But the amazing thing is Tyra and I were talking, and once we were in the shutdown, and we said, let's push forward. We actually engaged in 17 initiatives over the pandemic. We kept moving forward. The foundation was the most important piece of this movement for us to make sure our children were able to move forward, that our staffs could move forward. And no matter how challenging it was becoming, we were able to reach out to others for help. You know, we have a saying that all means all. And that means all of our children are important, all of our staffs are important. We still have a lot to learn through this pandemic. We still have a lot to do during this pandemic. We're excited that we're back in school. We have some phenomenal people in our district. When you think about 63,000 students and 10,000 employees, and we treated them as everyone coming back new this year. And we're in our second marking period. Everybody's waiting for the Thanksgiving break next week, and then in 3 weeks we have the winter break. And I know people are excited about that opportunity. But our children need to be in school. They need to be in school because we have great teachers in Chesterfield County. You are sitting in one of the very few school districts in Virginia that are fully accredited. And it's because of the teachers and the principals that we have in our buildings. You think about how the foundation has supported us. We were talking with the Comcast groups today, and Nathan Daugherty, he's no relation, but we were talking about this, and Anthony Banks, and the opportunity that we called every student to make sure they had access one way or another. Every student in our school district had got a call from us. That we wanted to make sure that that all means all, even when we're in a pandemic, and we were able to give Chromebooks to every child in our school district during this time. That we opened up a 3- and 4-year-old center during the pandemic for 350 students. That's exciting, and with the help of others, I'm hoping that we get another one open in the very near future. That 3- and 4-year-old age is extremely important because we want our children, and the goal of this school, all children reading as they go into kindergarten. Not while in kindergarten, but when they go into kindergarten. The books, the bookmobile, and the face fan that we're able to work through with the county and with the foundation to help our children get books, going into neighborhoods and setting up tables and tents and kids coming out. And if you have never experienced the opportunity of children getting books and they've never had books in their home. See, our goal is not just to teach reading, it's to teach libraries. It's to teach building a library in your home. A lot of our students do not have that. They didn't have books. And so we're building the opportunity for students to have these book libraries in their home, that they cherish books, that books should be given as gifts, that they realize that reading is a lifelong skill that will take them places in their mind that they've never been able to go. And the opportunity that we had to work with the foundation to make sure that we could support our students and our staff in rewarding them with our citizenship awards, with our Game Changer awards, has been phenomenal. But we know why we're here tonight, because we're honoring 6 outstanding former students of Chesterfield County. But I know why you're here tonight, because you've been waiting for me to tell you how you can give to the foundation. I know you've been waiting for this. So 2 years ago, I said, get your pens out, because before you eat, you should go ahead and make your donation. But now we have technology and we have a code, and you take your phone out, and we've made this extremely easy for you. So what I want you to do right now is everybody hold your, this is like a concert. I want everybody to hold their phone up for me. Just hold it up. Come on. This is interactive here. You have to do something. You're getting ready to have a lot of food. Just go like this. Come on. Come on. I'm not leaving until I see your phone. So we can stay here all night. I got nowhere to go. All right. Now see this device with this piece of paper, and you help our children and our staff. So we made this extremely easy, very simple, not hard. And if you still want to write a check, it starts with 4 or 5 zeros and we're good. No, again, thank you for coming tonight. This is a great event. The foundation does wonderful things for us. Tyron, thank you. Thank the board for all their work. But know this, everything we do helps our children, and we got a lot of them. Thank you so much. Have a great dinner. Have a great night.
Now you can go ahead and do some scanning, and you can start eating. We're going to take a break here for a few minutes and let y'all enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Tyron, you want to come up first? They're hungry.
I know. Thanks, Bill. Thanks. Well, good evening, everyone. Look, I am so glad to be back in front of you all. This crowd, look, it's about 250 people here tonight. So I am so happy. Last year we had 25. So whatever you all did, thank you. My name is Tyron Frazier, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for the Chesterfield Education Foundation. It is so great to be here with you all tonight. Thank you all for joining us in person and online. I know we have a lot of folks online joining us as well, and we really, really, really appreciate you. Most importantly, thank you for your grace. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for just the time that you have given us and the amount of effort that you've put in to our community. I work with a great team serving the students of Chesterfield County Public Schools. Thank you, Rob, and our Board of Trustees, Dr. Doherty, Team Chesterfield, and my co-pilots with Chesterfield Education Foundation, Gina Bedford and Whitney Curtis. Thank you for ensuring that we can keep the promise to our students, teachers, and families of Chesterfield County. We're here tonight to celebrate 6 extraordinary CCPS alumni who are doing amazing work throughout our community and country. I can't wait to hear from Brad, Angela, Robert, Heather, Henry, and Mac tonight. Congratulations on being our 2021 Bravo honorees. Dr. Doherty held up his card, so I'm not gonna have you do that again, but just know that we have a really cool silent auction going on right now as well. Apparently there is a bidding war with the Star Wars memorabilia that's up there. There's a Mike Tyson glove that I think was actually used with the Evander Holyfield. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think that was the case. But if anybody wants to give me an early Christmas present, I would definitely appreciate the Mike Tyson glove. But it's a lot of stuff there. Most importantly, I have to mention the Amazon gift card. There's a $1,000 Amazon gift card up there that I think right now is at $400 on the bid. So can you, $1,000, $400. My wife is in the audience. You can do whatever you want to do
with that bid if you want to get it. For more than did she say she was buying it? No. Okay, good. All right. Just want to make sure. So the way no. Okay. So for more than 30 years, the Chesterfield Education Foundation has continued to lean in and provide the very best from the community. Nothing is the same in public education. Many of our students are entering school with an incredible learning loss from COVID. It is real, no matter what your background. Many of our families have also faced devastating losses. Many of you all in here tonight have faced devastating losses. Stress are at all-time highs from every angle. But together we'll get through this. Together we have worked to help our community through food insecurity, learning access, and financial support. Together we've provided grants to our teachers to think outside of the box when educating our kids. Also, to help them in calming rooms when social and emotional support is greatest. When our kids need an opportunity to just chill and be calm and try to reset themselves, we help our schools, our teachers provide that. Robotics or any other new experiences. Earlier this year, Chesterfield County Public Schools opened its first early childhood center in Chesterfield at the old Harrogate Elementary School. The Chester Early Childhood Learning Academy serves close to 400 3- and 4-year-olds. You heard Dr. Doherty talk about this earlier, and that there is an opportunity to expand that across the county. Most of our youngest learners, though, come from families that earn below the poverty level. Our vision is to ensure that every child is prepared to succeed. And for that reason, when Dr. Doherty asked us to partner with him, the foundation didn't hesitate. Now, we will hear a video from Jenny Van Karen as she discusses the importance of early childhood education with our youngest learners. This video was a part of a longer discussion with our trustee, Matt Clark, that he had a few months ago. It was a Zoom call that he did with her. It's really, really touching. Matt will join us on the stage at the conclusion of this video.
Another little boy in my classroom, and his attendance started falling off. I mean, he was coming to school, and all of a sudden he stopped coming to school. And he was one of our backpack kids. And a backpack kid is a child who gets a backpack for the weekend, and that backpack is filled with enough food so that they don't go hungry over the weekend. And I was really worried about the fact that he didn't have it. So I called his mom and said, can I drop it off? And I took it to her house. And when I did, you know, that opened up time for me to have a conversation with her, you know, and just tell her how important attendance was, and that establishes a pattern for this child and how he's going to be in school and how important school is. And if he doesn't attend, and she sat down and she cried. And I talked to her, and she had so many strikes against her. It wasn't that she wasn't trying, but she was paying her heating bill daily, and it was all she could do to keep it on. Her washing machine wasn't working. And I didn't even tell you this, Matt, but she'd had a baby about 3 weeks prior to that, and the baby was born without a limb. Somebody had hit her husband's car. She had no way to get the baby to the doctor. It just went on and on and on. And I could tell that this family was in crisis mode. Well, long story short, with pre-K, we had that home engagement center. I was able to get them involved. We were able to help her with bill pay. We were able to help her get the washer fixed. We even had people go in and work with her to organize the house because it was in such disarray, and she couldn't get the kids to school because of that. You know, we helped her set up a Monday bin, a Tuesday bin, a Wednesday bin to put the kids' clothes in. But I had her second child the following year, and things got even better with that child because all they needed was that assistance, and they didn't know where to go for it. And when people are in crisis mode, they're in what we call a downward brain or a downward spiral. And it's all they can do to make it through the day, you know, to take care of their kids, to keep the lights on, to keep the heat on, to feed the kids, you know. And she really wanted to get him to school, but she couldn't. He kept missing the bus. But The second child, things were even better. He was clean. He came to school on time. You could tell he was happy, well adjusted. And I had the third child. I mean, they were stair-step. And they ended up moving halfway through the year. They were able to get out of the rental house that they were in and buy their first house. And I just feel like sometimes the pre-K program is more than just educating the kid. You are embracing that entire family, you know, and the relationship that we have with them. I have really close relationships with my parents. I mean, I have gone and taken diapers, I've taken wipes during the crisis, taken toilet paper, you know, last year during the pandemic, and a lot of them still, even if their kids are in kindergarten, they're texting me when they need help because we've built that kind of relationship. And some of these grown-ups just need that leg up, and pre-K supports the entire family.
It's going to be tough to follow that, but good evening. My name is Matt Clark, and I'm the Vice President of Operations at the Chesterfield Education Foundation. I've been with the foundation 2 years. Actually, I joined, volunteered on the board right after the last big Bravo Award, and so it's so good to see and be with you all in person tonight. First of all, I think we call these moments mission moments. I don't know if Tyron said that, but these are mission moments. And I want to thank all teachers, but I want to thank Jenny Van Kuren, who's here tonight for this mission moment. And so another round of applause for her. Awesome. Hey, Jenny. Good to see you in person. Hey, a mission moment. So a mission moment to me is it's when you wake up and it's an ordinary day and you go about your ordinary business and your ordinary task, and then halfway through the day something happens, your mind and your heart comes together, and you feel like this overwhelming sense of humility, and you realize that your ordinary day, something happened and it became extraordinary. And so my conversation with Jenny started out as an ordinary conversation, just an ordinary day, because I was tasked to raise money for the Early Childhood Academy. And so I thought, well, Tyron, I want to call and talk to a pre-K teacher. I want to learn, why is it so important to teach our children to get ready for kindergarten? And I learned things like 40% of Virginia children aren't ready for kindergarten. And that could be in areas of literacy, math, social and emotional skills. I learned that we needed money to build a building, to have books, to pay for before and after school care. But really what happened to me halfway through that conversation, and it was probably this video that you just saw, suddenly my heart and my mind came together and I felt this overwhelming sense of humility. And I realized, you know, we're not raising money for a building. We're not raising money for books. We're not raising money for before and after schools. What we're raising money for is the fact that we know that all children are born with a purpose. And all of those children have every right to achieve that purpose, and we have to help them do that. And that's what the mission moment is all about. That's what we're doing here tonight. And so I hope the video, my conversation here, I hope it becomes a mission moment for you all tonight. And I hope that mission moment inspires you to check out the center of your table and check out the card with the scanner on it. And it helps you donate money to the Education Foundation. You can do it through the scanner card. You can write us a check and leave it with one of the foundation staff at the end. Or you can just put your name and your number on that card and continue to learn about all the great things that the Education Foundation does. No matter what you decide to do tonight, I want you to know how much we appreciate you being here and how much we thank you and how much we appreciate the support of the honorees, students, past students, teachers, administrators. We appreciate it so much. So enjoy your dinner, have a great night, and thank you again.
All right, so I jumped the gun a minute ago. Thank you, Matt. The work that is done by educators is so important, and I hope you will look at those cards in the center of your table and make a donation. But I can now tell you that they're going to bring the food out, so enjoy your meal, and we'll get back to these very special 6 people coming up in just a few moments.
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like me to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal you, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Help from the other side. I must have come 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call you, never seem to be home. Help from the outside. It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town when nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. I know from the other side, at least I can take the time. Tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done, but when I call you, never seem to be home. Help from the outside. At least I can take the time. Tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It really doesn't tear you apart anymore. Outside, at least I can take that time to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done, but when I call you, never seem to be home. Help from the outside, at least I can take that time to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It really doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello. Hello. it on your candy sweets? Yeah.
Do you want
it on your pickle beets? Give it to me, give it to me, give it.
Do you want it?
On your rice and gravy?
Do you want it?
On your biscuits, baby?
Do you want it?
On your black eyed peas? Give it to me, 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 give it. Hey, 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 hey. Do you want it on your collard greens? Yeah.
Do you want it?
On your candy sweets?
Do you want it?
Do you want it? Give that.
Do you want it?
On your rice and gravy?
Do you want it?
On your biscuits, baby?
Do you want it?
On your black eyed peas? Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it. Hey, 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 hey.
I'm glad the week is over. I need to get away. Go home and throw my clothes on. Come get you right away. Can't wait to see you looking lovely. And girl, I'm thinking of me. Cause all I want is time with you. I don't need nothing more. I'm so in love with you, 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 so in love with you.
I see you across the room talking to some men. I love your mannerisms, babe. The way you handle them all, I'm so proud to be with you. So attracted to you too. You're so damn good to me. Everything you do, cause I am
So in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love. So in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love. I'm so with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, I'm so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love. Listen.
I'm so in love with you that I can't help myself.
As long as it's you and me, don't need nothing else. I got you.
Got you.
Yeah. And oh, it can last forever.
I'm so in love.
I feel like I can fly. So in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, yeah, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, 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 I'm so in love with you, 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 so in love with you. I got you.
Got you.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And oh, let's make it last forever.
So in love. Yeah.
I feel like I can fly. Oh, so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, 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 so in love. So in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you, so I'm so in love with you, so in love with you, so in love with you. Oh, well, 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 well. Someone to count on in a world of change. Here I am, stop where you're standing. What you need is a lover, a man to take over. Oh, girl, don't look any further. Strange when you think of a chances, and we'd both be in a state of mind. Too cool to be careless, looking for the right thing. Oh, baby, don't look any further. Yeah, tonight.
Taste a little paradise.
You all night long, rock you all
night
light, and I'll be looking in your ebony eyes.
We'll go on
On and on, Mateo, Mamba G, Ohio. Don't look any further, to look no further. Mateo, Mamba G, Ohio. Don't look any further. Tonight, we're gonna take a little
paradise.
you all night long, rock you all night. Daylight, we'll be looking in your ebony eyes. We'll Mama G.I.O. Don't look any further, don't you look no further. Mateo, Mama G.I.O. Well, don't look any further. Mateo, Mama G.I.O. Well, don't look any further, don't you look no further. Yeah, Mama G.I.O. Don't look any further. She's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. That lady stack, that's a fact, ain't holding nothing back. Oh, she's a brick house. a woman needs to get a man. Yeah, yeah. How can she lose with the stuff she used? 36, 24, 36. What a winning hand. She's a brick house. Well, she's mighty, just letting it all hang out. And she's a brick house. Well, that lady stack, that's a fact, ain't holding nothing back. The clothes she wears, the sexy ways, makes an old man wish for younger days, yeah. She knows she's built and knows how to please, yeah. Tough enough to knock a strong man to his knees. Oh, he's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. Ooh, that lady stack, that's a fact, ain't holding nothing back. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, come on, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, down. Oh! We got any brick houses in the audience, so yeah. That might be a little inappropriate, but I don't care now. If you, I tell you what, you ain't got to move. I know you're eating, but fellas, if you got a brick house at your table, put your hands in the air. And if you don't put your hands in the air, ain't nothing I can do for you. Come on, you got a brick house at your table, put your hands in there. 36, 24, 36, 38, 28, 38, 40, 44, 50. You're going to be in trouble if you don't put your hands up. You know why? Because she's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. Well, that lady stack, that's a fact, ain't holding nothing back. Oh, she's a brick house. Well, she's the one, only one, and looking like an Amazon. All right, give yourselves a hand.
Nicely done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Cloud 9. Give them a round of applause. Certainly hope everybody's having a great time so far, and go ahead and finish up your meals and enjoy that. But we are going to get to what we all came here for and introduce you to the nominees from the different Chesterfield County high schools. How this happens is it's a committee comprised of CEF trustees, Chesterfield County Public School Board administration, and prominent county residents. They review the nominations and select these very special honorees. This year, we have 6 outstanding graduates to recognize here this evening. The way this is going to work, the principals of the schools that the honorees attended will come up to the stage and introduce our 2021 honorees, and with the assistance of the student ambassador from the school, will present the honorees with their awards. Our first school up this evening is Thomasdale High School, and say hello to Dr. Christopher Jones, the principal.
Good evening. My name is Chris Jones, and I am a humble servant for the Thomasdale School community. Now, my colleagues, when they come up here to present their honorees, they will tell you that they represent the best high school in the Commonwealth. Do not believe them. Do that again for me. Yes. Before I introduce the honoree that is representing Thomasdale this evening, I do want to give a quick shout out to our student ambassadors. You are the reason why educators exist. You are our purpose. And so if you would humor me for just 1 second, please, let's give it up for our students who are here this evening. Mr. Armstrong, I don't want to diminish your lifetime of achievements, but I am going to go a little bit off script because I want to describe for you, for all of us here, and to really just express this in a public domain, just the hour that we were together yesterday and the impact that it had on me as both a human being and a principal. Brad came out and shared some stories. We of course, we toured. I was not his principal when he was in high school. It was great time. He came out with his younger brother, Gary, and relived some great stories, of which I'm thankful that I wasn't your principal, because some of the stories that Brad shared involved how they used the lockers in the hallway, the water tower that received an annual painting, which I'm glad I don't have to deal with either. Brad, you had, and he asked me to call him Brad too, by the way, but just an hour together speaks volumes to the lifetime achievements and the impact that you've had on a tremendous number of people. And to hear from you this evening and your great story, and to allow our students at school to hear your story. I can't wait to welcome you up here. So please help me welcome Brad Armstrong to the stage.
Gosh, thanks, Chris and Elena. And congratulations to the Chesterfield Education Foundation for all that you guys do to improve the world through education. It's a big deal. It's a really special honor for me to be among the distinguished Bravo Award winners. I particularly enjoyed catching up with Mac McLeod, who he and I are the oldest people in the whole room, probably. And we share the distinction of being graduates from the class of 1965. And he was Matoka, I was Thomasdale, but we shared some fun stories. I'm really gratified to have my family here. There's an Armstrong table over there with my siblings. Yeah. Gary and Jan and Karen and their families, and my lovely wife, Frazier, is also here. My daughter, Annie, with her husband, Todd, and their two daughters, Frances and Violet, are watching from San Francisco, and I'm glad that you're here too, and I love you all. It'd be nice if my mom and dad could also be here, but they did die years ago. I have to say, though, that the high expectations that they had for me and for my siblings have made a crucial difference in our lives. So, J. Wilson Crump, Nancy Broughton, Ernest Peck, Ellen Conyers, Myra Crump, Monsieur Blackmont, Hap Perdue, Ed Karpus, Ann Grimes. These are the teachers that helped this kid from Chester not only learn math, algebra, government, French, English, and sports, they also helped lay a foundation for me to be the best that I could be as I built a life after high school. You see, way back in the day, and this is way back in the day, Chester was a semi-rural bedroom community. No stoplights, not that many people. In fact, I used to deliver more than half of the morning newspapers in all of Chester. That shows you how big it was, on my bike. Richmond was the big city where everything seemed bigger and better. And I have to admit that I was intimidated by all that. Not physically, but intellectually. I really wasn't sure if I could measure up to the other kids who seemed to have much more than me. But guess what I discovered? I discovered that the preparation that I got at Chester Elementary and at Thomasdale High School gave me the tools to compete with all the other kids, and not just compete, but to succeed. English teacher Ann Grimes, to whom I will be in forever debt, convinced me to apply to UVA. And I ended up getting in. After 4 years in the engineering school, I went in the Army. I was a drill sergeant. I then returned back to UVA's Darden School and got an MBA. Went to New York City for a few years to try to launch my career. All the while, I worked with and were friends with a lot of the people from all walks of life. And I realized that I had an advantage, a real advantage, being from the little town of Chester and going to public high school, a wonderful Chesterfield Public High School. I was more in touch with the average American and their families. I truly appreciated the benefit of just plain hard manual labor. And I believe that I could relate better to regular people trying to make their way in the world. So I am enormously proud to claim Chesterfield County Schools as my own. And I'm also proud that all my siblings and all of my children can make that same claim. So I did visit Thomasdale yesterday with my brother, and we got the grand tour from the very impressive principal, Dr. Chris Jones, a former Army Ranger, by the way, and the equally impressive Elena Pena, student ambassador and class president. And I got to talk with one of the business classes for an hour. And I have to tell you, it took them a while to be able to grok the fact that I graduated 56 years ago from that high school. I had some fun with a few stories about some of the silly stuff we did all those years ago, and I'll share just one of those with you. I told them about the time that we decorated the gym, the high school gym, for our prom. And the theme of our prom was Venetian Nights, Thomasdale Nights, Venetian Nights, kind of cool, right? Cute. So one of the things we did was we actually created a real Venetian canal through the, through the gym. And the problem was that the darn thing leaked like crazy. And it screwed up the gym floor forever. But the good news on that was there was a dead spot in the basketball floor. And so whenever we had basketball games, we would drive our opponents over to that spot, and they would try to dribble, and it was like they were dribbling on a marshmallow. And that was fun. But I drove away yesterday being really impressed by three things. First, the school facility itself is so much better equipped for a first-class student experience. I was blown away by that. Not only the classrooms, but the performing arts and the athletics. Second, the school is wonderfully diverse. It is a true melting pot of students from all backgrounds. And I believe that those students will have an appreciation for the value of their differences, an appreciation that I didn't have and wish that I had. And the third thing that I was impressed with was that there was such a sense of positive energy around the place, in the halls, with the kids as they walked around. It's hard for me to put that in words, but I tell you, I could feel it, which makes me optimistic about the future of this country that I love. Thank you, Chesterfield County Schools. Thank you, Chesterfield Education Foundation. I thank you for this honor. I will cherish it.
Hey, good evening. When you're lucky enough to be principal of Matoaka High School, every day is a great day because you're a warrior. My name is Elizabeth Baber, and I'm blessed to serve as principal of Matoaka High School. Matoaka High School is a school like no other. Nestled in the far southeast corner of the county, Matoaka High School is the true hidden gem of Chesterfield County. While schools are often recognized for things such as academic achievement, the true measure of a school's success is the accomplishments of its graduates and the positive impacts those graduates have on the world around them. With the faculty, staff, and community united as one Matoaka family, it's no surprise that the Chesterfield Education Foundation is regularly able to recognize the great accomplishments of our Matoaka graduates. Tonight, I am honored to introduce to you not one, but two of our warriors who are going to receive the 11th and 12th Bravo Awards for Matoaka High School. Our first warrior being recognized this evening is Dr. Angela Curtis. Angela currently serves as the Defense Logistics Agency Deputy Director in the Equal Employment Opportunity Diversity and Inclusion Office of the Department of Defense. She was the first African-American and junior level executive of the DLA Aviation to complete the Mid-Career Executive Development Program at the University of Virginia and Simmons Graduate School of Management in Boston. After answering God's call, Angela was ordained and licensed as an evangelist and currently serves and worships at the New Direction Evangelistic Church, where she serves as one of the associate ministers and leads the women's interdisciplinary prayer ministry. Angela is also a member of the alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, where she serves as chaplain. Her personal motto is strive to be your best, strive to do no less, go through every test, march on. Please help me to welcome to the stage our first Bravo Award winner from Matoaka this evening, Dr. Angela Curtis.
Let's go Warriors! Well, good evening, distinguished guests, fellow honorees, ladies and gentlemen. This is an extremely special moment for me. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, yet extremely blessed. Having been a student at Chesterfield County Public Schools and a proud graduate of Matoka High School. Go Warriors! I can say that I never thought I would be standing here and receiving the prestigious Bravo Award along with 5 other well-deserving honorees. I am so honored to have my work and community service recognized by Chesterfield Education Foundation. Education has always been a foundation and very important part of my life. I come from a legacy of educators. My father worked at Virginia State University and Norfolk State University. My mother, Petersburg Public School System, as well as Virginia State University. My sister, who's sitting in the audience right now, DC Public School System, and all right for DC, and Charles County Public School System in Maryland. And my husband, who is a sincere and devoted member of Chesterfield County Public Schools, Thomas Dale Knight, Dr. Brian Curtis. Yesterday, I was fortunate and blessed to speak to students at my alma mater, Matoka High School, the Matoka High School. I shared with them that CCPS taught me to be a well-rounded student athlete, more on the academics, less on the athletics. I was in the top 10 of my graduating class of 1984, served in various leadership roles, participated in extracurricular activities, including captain of the varsity cheerleading squad, track and field, basketball, in the French National Honor Society, and secretary of our senior class, just to name a few. I fell in love with writing in my AP English class, and I thank Ms. Brown, my AP English teacher, and I also thank Ms. Jenny Pulley, who I still hear is still at Matoka. That AP English class led me to write my first book, which was published, and it's entitled From Morning to Morning, Putting on the Garment of Praise. That book was featured in Jet Magazine, and I was also fortunate to record a CD along with it. CCPS was how I began my federal career. I am extremely grateful for the support and encouragement I received from administrators, faculty, and the staff. During my senior year, I served as a student aide, and my guidance counselor, now don't get me, educators, I know they are now school counselors. I got that. But at that time, my guidance counselor provided me with information on a job opportunity for the federal government. I applied, I interviewed, and I was selected. I began my federal career in the Equal Employment Opportunity Office at Defense Logistics Agency Aviation. However, here we know it as Bellwood. And now I currently serve as the Deputy Director of the Equal Employment Opportunity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office at the headquarters at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Yes, I do travel. In 36 years of public service, I have been afforded the opportunity to be a part of and lead some very major programs, one to include the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. These accomplishments are not something I did alone. There are many others that deserve to share in this award. I would first like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, my husband, and CCPS warrior, Dr. Brian Curtis, for nominating me, my sister, who's here, my brother, who's here, and my niece, who is here as well, all of my family and friends, and yes, my family and friends that are in virtual land. Alonzo and Carolyn Hicks, we love you and thank you for sharing in this award. Thank you, Dr. Baber, MHS Principal, and Ms. Flowers, Student Ambassador. Last but certainly not least, the entire CEF team and Board of Directors, and in particular, Dr. Frazier, Ms. Bedford, and my namesake, Ms. Curtis. Thank you for allowing me to represent the honorees of during the Virginia Morning TV show. And I do want to thank Mr. Bill Bevins for allowing me to feel like I was at home during the interview. It was like talking to an old friend. CEF does so many wonderful things to support CCPS. So please, community family, let's continue to advocate for our students, volunteer in our schools, and yes, importantly, let's give. Public servant, minister, author, mentor, Matoka High School graduate. Thank you, CCPS, and I vow to continue to be and live by my personal motto: strive to be your best, strive to do no less, go through every test and march on. Thank you and good night.
Good evening. I want to first say it's an honor to be here with you guys. This is a wonderful evening and it's a blessing. And the person who I'm going to help bring to the stage of honor is a man of God. I read his bio and I'm very impressed with all that he has done for our community, for the young men that he helped serve and mentor. My name is Lisa Allman, and I'm coming from Meadowbrook High School. I'm the Dean of Students. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing Robert Deutsch, Jr. Robert is the Vice President of the Program in Community Innovation for Robbins Foundation and Family Foundation based in Richmond, Virginia. He is recognized as a leader specializing in leveraging innovations to bring about results that improve the lives of children, families, and communities. Robert is also an entrepreneur who is a founder of the Deutsch Group. As a lead consultant and certified executive leadership coach, he works closely with executives, entrepreneurs, emerging leaders, and leadership teams that synthesizes, complex leadership issues through customized coaching action plans that strive to meet the diverse aspirations and demands of the 21st century leaders. I want all of us to give him a round of applause for all the things that he has done for our community. And I'm so happy to bring him up to the stage. Mr. Robert Deutsch.
Good evening, everyone. It is definitely an honor to be here. I see that the clock is ticking. You got to be careful when you give a Baptist preacher a drink and the mic. So you know it's about to be on, but the clock is ticking. I see they gave me 5 extra minutes, so I can take a breath now. It is definitely an honor to be here and to be with you all on this evening as we celebrate. We celebrate achievement. We celebrate the Chesterfield Education Foundation. We celebrate Chesterfield County Public Schools, and we celebrate what's happening in the lives of our students and community. And at the same time, we recognize that we're here because we still have work to do in making a difference in the lives of our students and our community. But who knew that when my parents moved, my brothers and I to Chesterfield County in the summer of 1979 that it would lead to this moment. It was an adjustment, moving to a new community, going to a new school, leaving old friends and having to make new friends. And there were some initial growing pains. There were initial growing pains for me, and there were initial growing pains for Chesterfield County. It was a rough start. I was in transition. You got to think about it. I was 13, and Chesterfield County was in transition, becoming much more diverse. And we had to adjust to each other. But thankfully, there were a number of family members, the faith community, classmates, teammates, friends, teachers, and coaches who were instrumental in helping me to adjust and succeed inside and outside of the classroom by encouraging my curiosity, whether that was in art, in academics, or in the various sports that I had an opportunity to play, and to explore just my interests, student government, and all of those different types of things. And I just want to have one defining moment that I had, and I want to share with you, was I ran track, and even though I was fast, I sucked in the hurdles. You know, I would run, then jump, run, then jump. You could not be successful that way. And so Coach Dave Cathers, I will always remember Coach Dave Cathers. He came up to me and said, "Robert, do you want to be successful in the hurdles?" And the first thing he asked me was, "What's your goal?" And at the time, you had all of the records, the school records listed with the names. And I saw the hurdle, the high hurdle, 110 high hurdle school record. And I was like, that's my goal. He said, "Well, you know, to do that, Robert, you're going to have to do better than you're doing right now." He said, "But I'm willing to work with you. If you're committing to that record, I'm willing to help you get that record." And so he started by, he said, "You have to meet me every day." And this was every day. He had one hurdle. He took it up to the second floor. And every day after school, I would meet Coach Cathers. And that one hurdle, it was being able to go over that one hurdle every day, that one hurdle every day, that one hurdle every day. And I was like, "You've got to do more than this with this one hurdle." I said, "I don't know how this one hurdle gonna help me get this record." He just every day. And then one hurdle led to two hurdles. And in that process with hurdling, you have to learn the three-step. You have to be able to learn the three-step. And I mean, I would fall, and I would fall, and teachers were like, "That boy's gonna kill himself." But we kept trying, and eventually, I started doing something. It felt a little odd. He said, "I think you got it." So I went from over the hurdle, I did something. He said, "You did it. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again." I learned three-step. Now, whenever you learn the hurdles and whenever you practice, you want to be able to put it in action. So there was a big meet, the East Coast Invitational. And I'll never forget it. It was at the Ad Center. And so, you know, all I had been doing was practicing with these two hurdles. So I didn't know that if this was going to work or not. Well, we got down in the blocks, first out the blocks. And next thing you know, I won the first heat. Then I won the second heat. Next thing you know, I had won the East Coast Invitational as the best hurdler in the city of Richmond, which was the city, the county. And we used to be a little like, you know, the county, y'all a little scared of the city at the time because, you know, we had JHW, Marshall Wyman, and they were amazing. But I happened to win the 60-meter high hurdles for that year. And these are the lessons that I learned that I'd like to share with you. That, you know what, Coach Cathers helped me to understand that you have to dream and set goals. Make a commitment to practice. Attack the hurdles in your life. You can't be afraid to fall. But when you fall, get back up. And then another thing was, once I learned how to run the hurdles, it was a young man named Dwayne who was in the 10th grade. I was able to help him learn the three-step and learn the hurdles. And so then you learn to pass on the lessons that you learn to others. And those lessons that I learned at Meadowbrook High School, the class of '84 helped prepare me to make the most of the opportunities that prepared me to be a first-generation college graduate, to go to graduate school. It has helped me to have a rich and dynamic career and life, and it continues to serve me as I have a fortunate and blessed opportunity to be in many diverse and dynamic spaces. And I've become the person that I've been able to become today because of the lessons that I learned at Chesterfield County Public Schools, and I see that the clock is ticking. And it taught me, Chesterfield County Schools taught me that diversity doesn't have to divide us. Our differences are a blessing, and that together we can make a difference. So I say thank you to Chesterfield County Public Schools, to Dr. Doherty, to you and your team for your commitment to creating diverse, equitable, and inclusive communities for 60,000 plus students. But we realize that you can't do it alone. You need us all. And to the Chesterfield Education Foundation for this honor, you are critical to ensuring that our students have an opportunity to be successful. You are that bridge. And I would ask that we continue to model collaboration and come together in a way that will build bridges. Let's invest in our students and show them love. If we stick together and work together, we're an unstoppable force. And we will improve the odds for our children to be able to succeed inside and outside of the classroom. And yesterday, I was blessed to witness genius, love, kindness, diversity of young people from different countries all over the world, thanks to Meadowbrook High School, to Dr. Rice, to my student ambassador, Madison. It was a rich experience where I was able to talk to them for an hour, and they asked questions and they shared in such a way that was a true blessing to me. And you blessed me more than I blessed you. And thank you so much, Madison. And thank you so much to your peers. And thank you so much for all that you all are doing to make a difference. And I realize that I'm a blessed human being, and I'm humble and grateful for this honor. Yet I realize that while the odds were in my favor, my faith, my family, coaches, as one colleague shared, for our children, they shouldn't have to beat the odds. We need to change the odds, to do what we need to do to help build bridges, cross lines, and embrace the differences and the diversity. Thanks to those who prayed for me, my grandparents who are not able to be here, my faith community, churches, pastors, some who are here tonight, to my MBK classmates, class of 1984, to teachers, the faith community, to coaches, fraternity brothers, and neighbors, and a special thanks to my parents who are here tonight for having the courage to do something different and to offer me an opportunity to receive the best possible education I can. So to my mom and my dad, I love you and I thank you. To my cousin, Yvette, I used to cut the hair off of her doll baby's head, and she still loved me. And she still loved me. To Kimberly, thank you. To my colleagues from the Robbins Foundation, some amazing people that I can do amazing work every day to help make a difference in the lives of this community. And then I want to thank my sons, Malcolm and Solomon. Malcolm and Solomon, I thank you all because you are one of life's greatest gifts to me, that I'm able to be your father. And I'm humbled to say that, and I love you so much. And thanks to the Chesterfield Education Foundation board, staff, to Turn, to CPS, to the fellow honorees for this honor. We have what it takes. Let's give, let's love, let's make a difference. Thank you all. I love you all. Have a great evening. Peace. And I have 16 seconds to spare. No.
Where's Mr. Bevins? Where'd he go? I can't see. Okay, so I am a Chesterfield County product of Chesterfield County Public Schools. Go Knights, 1987. Thomas Dale. Okay, whatever. Here's what I wanted to say to you. I cannot wait to get in the car and call my mom, because you were the person that woke us up every morning growing up. And I'm so fangirling right now. I'm just so excited to have said that I was in the room with you. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chesterfield Education Foundation. And now I have to actually read with my glasses. My apologies. Good evening. My name is Dr. Amanda Voker, and I am the proud principal of James River High School, a National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence, Thomas Dale. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing Heather Russell. Heather has been an educator with Chesterfield County Public Schools for 10 years. She began her journey in 2011 when a former colleague introduced her to the concept of children's engineering. Her desire to bring hands-on learning to all students was the driving force behind her writing her first grant proposal in 2016 to Dominion Energy to fund the building of Ecoff Elementary's first STEAM lab. Oh, there you are. It's really different up here, like I'm totally blind. In 2017, Heather was promoted to her school's pre-K STEAM resource teacher position. She has continued to grow ECOF's STEAM program by applying and receiving grants from Dominion Energy, Farm Bureau, Eduporium, Alpha Delta Kappa, and Virginia Agriculture in the Classroom. One of her greatest endeavors came in 2019 when she and a colleague wrote and received a $5,000 grant from the Chesterfield Education Foundation to create Chesterfield County's, this is really cool, Chesterfield County's first ever elementary robotics competition. And I have to tell you, as a former elementary principal, start young, especially with our girls in science. The program was created over the course of several months, and in March 2020, their vision became a reality when 200 students from 24 elementary schools came together and competed in a tournament to showcase their talents in computer science and engineering. The event was such a huge success with students, and it helped bring computer science awareness to families and members in our local community. Please help me welcome to the stage James River High School alum Heather Russell.
Hello. I am so honored to be standing here tonight among so many amazing Chesterfield alumni. It has been a joy getting to know each of you and your individual stories of how Chesterfield schools have impacted your life. Have you ever asked an educator, when did you know you wanted to become a teacher? Most probably respond with a similar answer. It all started with playing school in our bedrooms with our stuffed animals. My older brother always thought I was crazy because I spent hours talking to myself in my bedroom. But in those moments, he nor I realized I was actually mimicking the teachers that I would unknowingly shape my future forever. I was lucky enough to attend Chesterfield schools through my entire K-12 education. Along my educational journey, I had the privilege of learning from so many amazing educators, some of who are now my colleagues, which is really weird, and some are retired teachers who I'm still friends with today. I want to take this opportunity to thank each of them for being the stepping stones I needed to become the educator I always dreamed of becoming. Being a STEM teacher, and if you don't know what STEM is, it's science, engineering, arts, and math, has truly been the highlight of teaching for me. Watching students come together each week to collaborate, to problem solve, and to learn from failure is what makes my job so rewarding. I have students as young as kindergartners learning how to block code, second graders designing flood barriers, and fifth graders designing new portable music devices for the future. Like I've been telling you right now, they came up with song verse shoes. Shoes that play music and they charge as you walk. Mark my words, they will be somewhere on the market in the future. But I think this all started with my love of education, started in fifth grade in physics with Mr. Couliard. He taught me the excitement of hands-on learning, how powerful it can be giving students the chance to explore new ideas and how to challenge themselves. I still remember one lesson he did with us that involved creating shoes that when you walked across a bed of eggs, that the eggs would not break. Later on this school year, I'm going to attempt that with my fifth graders and see if that also will be a memory that they will cherish from their elementary school years. In 11th grade, I enrolled in the Teachers for Tomorrow program at James River to learn how to create lesson plans and shadow fellow teachers. Along that journey, my dream did become a little derailed and blurred. Certain aspects of teaching broke my heart as I wanted to be more than just standing in front of a room, giving tests and lecturing. I wanted to make learning fun, and seeing students stress out over tests wasn't why I wanted to become a teacher. I remember conveying these thoughts to my 12th grade English teacher, Mr. Shu, and the next day he walked up to me and handed me a book. The book was called Chicken Soup for a Teacher's Soul. Inside the book was a note, and it said, "I want you to see that there's more to teaching than just giving tests and dealing with students who ask for love in abstract ways. There is so much good, and I don't want you to miss out on it." I spent the rest of my school year reading that book, and when it came to applying for colleges, without hesitation, I wanted to make a difference like Mr. Shu, making classroom lessons memorable, like his unit on what is the meaning of life, but also taking the time to get to know my students individually and building connections with them. When I graduated from the University of Richmond with my master's degree, I knew I needed to go home, back to Chesterfield County Schools. I have taught here as an elementary school teacher for 12 years and the past 5 years as a STEAM resource teacher. I couldn't be more in love with my job. The most rewarding aspect is teaching students that it is okay to fail. Some of our best ideas come from failure. The joy and excitement teachers have, or the students have when they walk into my classroom, is my why behind becoming a teacher. I encourage each of you to continue your support for Chesterfield County Schools by simply volunteering in a nearby school or investing in the Chesterfield Education Foundation. It is thanks to your donations that CEF can provide grants to educators like myself, individuals who want to shake up the norm and bring fresh new ideas to the classroom. I was the recipient of the CEF $5,000 grant, and I used it towards creating that robotics competition. It was amazing to see all those kids come together, and the excitement and the smiles on their faces is what makes becoming an educator so rewarding. I want to end by thanking Chesterfield Education Foundation for awarding me such an incredible honor and for believing in me. This is an honor I will hold close to my heart and I will cherish forever. I would also like to thank my parents and my husband, Jason, and my best friend, Meg, who are here tonight, for the countless hours you have helped me in my classroom, volunteer with my STEAM clubs, and for constantly encouraging me to reach for the stars. I love you all very much. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Abel. I'm the very proud principal of Midlothian High School. And with all due respect, Chris Jones, our teachers at Midlothian High School always told us, have your supporting evidence with you. So Tyron told us we could brag about our school for a few minutes. And I always have my 30-second elevator speech ready. I will try to keep it to 30 seconds, that part. But here goes our quick supporting evidence. Midlothian High School is often been referred to as the best kept secret in Chesterfield County. However, I find it incredibly hard to believe such an amazing school and community can be considered a secret. In the past few years, Midlo has been recognized as a national model school and just recently as a national Blue Ribbon School of Excellence. We were the only high school in Virginia that year to be recognized as a national Blue Ribbon school. A few years back, my colleagues and I established a brand that we like to call a community of excellence. And that brand evolved from the old saying that it does take a village to raise a child. Our community of excellence is composed of incredibly supportive community in Midlo. And it's not a secret anymore because when I got there 10 years ago as principal, it was 1,400 students, and we're going to probably surpass 2,000 next year. So I guess that secret's gone. Incredibly dedicated and diligent faculty. And of course, next to me, Jennifer, one of the other 1,940 amazing, talented, and hardworking students around. Our Bravo recipient is a proud product of our community of excellence. And before I do introduce Henry, I would like to thank, as many others have, but we must do so, I believe, thank Chesterfield Education Foundation for supporting so many things, including this wonderful ceremony. It's one of the most fun events of the year for me. Just a little bit behind prom and graduation. No, but it's pretty awesome. I also want to thank Midlo's finest. That's what we call the faculty at Midlo, who many are here this evening. Many are here because they were nominators, and another example of that community of excellence I speak of, continuing to support their students even many years later. It was just like a little fun reunion out there with Henry and the teachers. So tonight I have the pleasure of introducing one of Midlothian High School's prestigious graduates, Mr. Henry Broaddus. Henry truly is now considered the best of the best, as the accomplishments and achievement of Midlo graduates is amazing, incredibly impressive. And Henry is one of our Bravo recipients up here. Henry is Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Public Affairs at the College of William and Mary, where he gets to do, as he said, creative things with some very smart people. He oversees the offices of Economic Development and Business Innovation, Enrollment, which includes admission and financial aid, sustainability, and university communications. He also leads university-wide projects related to entrepreneurial opportunities and operational efficiencies. Previously, Henry served as Dean of Admission and Associate Provost for Enrollment, and he signed admission letters for 10 successive classes of students enrolling at William & Mary from 2005 to 2014. He graduated magna cum laude from Dartmouth College with departmental high honors in English, literature, and creative writing, and his lowbrow contributions to the publishing world include a punchline in the New Yorker cartoon caption contest book. Outside of higher education, Henry has worked on multiple campaigns pertaining to environmental conservation. He served as a gubernatorial appointee to the Virginia Scenic Rivers Advisory Board for 9 years and as a board member of the Virginia Conservation Network for 12. Recent efforts have been focused on accelerating the expansion of solar energy in Virginia. Oh, and Henry has not forgotten, as our previous recipients have shared, where he came from. Back in 2016, Henry shared some advice with our graduates when he served as our class's keynote speaker at their baccalaureate ceremony, and he did an awesome job. And he plans to return to Midlo next month to speak with several of our current students about his career pathway and those leadership qualities students can develop to successfully lead an organization or a group, as he has done so successfully. So please help me to welcome to the stage one of the brightest and kindest of people I know, Mr. Henry Broaddus.
Thank you so much. Let me just say too, this trophy is such an impressive and distinctive piece of hardware. I love it. It's a stylized B, by the way, because that means I could mount that baby to our front door, and people would just think it stands for Broaddus instead of being a flagrant display of egotism. Congratulations to the other honorees in whose company I'm so proud to be counted. And thank you to all the family and friends who are present to celebrate with us. In particular, thanks to former president of William & Mary, Taylor Reevely, a mentor of mine, for being with us here tonight. Thanks to my mother, Frances Broaddus Crutchfield. She went from being a newlywed to a parent to a widow in just over 3 years. And without her sacrifices, example, and love, I would have been utterly lost. And thanks to my wife and love of my life, Allison Boken Broaddus, my co-author of the past 17 years of our lives, my fellow Midlothian High School graduate, although we were not high school sweethearts, because the age difference would have made that really creepy to each of us at the time. But also my incredible partner in the two greatest legacies that either of us leaves, our daughter Bailey and our son Walt. Thank you also to Tyron, Gina, Whitney, the great team at the Chesterfield Education Foundation for your work on this event and for all your work to support the school system and the students that it supports. I know firsthand the importance of that work and the worthiness of its support through this foundation, because my experience at Midlothian High School contributed mightily to any success I've enjoyed since then. And I am grateful for this chance to thank 5 people who are here tonight who made that experience so meaningful. Nobody at Midlothian High School in the mid-90s mistook Latin for a dead language, because the powerful duo of Donna Dollings and Sue Robertson made it one of the most popular classes and one of the school's largest clubs. Everybody who had one of them as a teacher got the bonus of the other because they worked so closely as a team. Sisyphus himself would have gotten the boulder over the hill if he had been pushed by either of them the way they pushed us. And we reached new heights together that Icarus never saw, because as one wing, I had Magistra Dollings for my Latin teacher, and as the other, I had Magistra Robertson for my bonus Latin teacher, who also helped to coordinate my nomination for this award. Midlothian usefully gave me tolerance for nerves, for nervousness in general. I may have the usual butterflies from talking to a group like this, but at least I'm not wearing a red sequins vest and performing a song and dance routine. And you should all be very glad that I am not doing that tonight. But that's what I did in my junior and senior years of high school, thanks to the inimitable Michelle Graham, who took a chance on me for the show choir. I looked forward to that class every day. It was a refuge, and she gave us all the steady rhythm and the jazz hands with which to flourish on life's strange and wonderful stage. Midlothian also instilled in me a high threshold for pain, also a very useful thing. That came, in my experience, from the wrestling mat and from Coach Dick Overton. Since I was the most flexible member of the wrestling team, he gave me the nickname Gumby, and by extension, tacit permission for everybody else to test the extent of that flexibility. He taught all of us we could exceed what we thought were our limits, and he taught all of us how much everything in life is a team sport, even when it feels like you're out on the mat alone. Finally, the first intellectual experience I ever had came in Nancy Price's AP 12 English classroom. She is the reason I majored in English at Dartmouth, and one of the voices in my head to this day when I am writing. Whenever I made a praiseworthy observation in her class, she'd say, "Henri, my sweet potato." And that encouragement, that recognition that I was capable of identifying patterns and subtleties in texts, of finding layers of meaning beyond the obvious or the explicit, and of mustering evidence in support of an argument, motivated me as a student far more than she could possibly realize, which is, of course, what all of these and the other great teachers and coaches in Chesterfield County, past and present, do on a regular basis out of love for their students, and despite insufficient recognition or compensation relative to the importance of their work, and especially of late relative to its difficulty. It is on their behalf that I accept this award and offer heartfelt thanks.
Well, boys, Dr. Abel, Dr. Jones, You can both claim to serve the best schools in the community, but only one school made it up here twice tonight. In case you didn't notice, it's a great night to be a Warrior. I have the privilege of recognizing Matoaka High School's second Bravo Award winner this evening, my friend, Dr. Charles McLeod. Charles, or I as lovingly refer to him as Doc, was born in Texas. When he was 4, his family moved to Virginia, where he attended segregated schools in Hopewell, Petersburg, and Chesterfield County. In 1963, he enrolled in newly opened and integrated Matoaka High School. After graduating from Matoaka High School, Charles enrolled at Virginia State College. During his freshman year, however, he transferred to Richmond Professional Institute, now known as VCU, where he became the first African-American member of the VCU men's basketball team. He earned both his bachelor's and master's degrees from VCU, then a doctorate in higher education administration from the University of Virginia. And on September 2nd, 2016, Charles was inducted into the Legends of Matoaka High School. During his professional career, Charles served as a consultant to a number of agencies on issues related to organizational staff development, interpersonal relationships, group dynamics, and educational leadership. He also developed several effective strategies for school dropout prevention and motivating at-risk students. Please help me welcome to the stage my friend, Dr. Charles McLeod.
Fake job, didn't it? Good evening. Good evening. I know the hour is late, but I wasn't the one who made me last. But if you would bear with me for a few more moments. As Elizabeth Taylor, you've heard it before, told her 7th husband, I won't keep you long. On a serious note, a few days ago, I received a call that all of us dread. And that was the passing of another loved one, my sister Sheila, down in Dallas, Texas. And you know, I'd like to take a minute, or just a moment, if you will, to honor not just my sister, but all of our relatives, loved ones, friends, colleagues, and yes, even strangers who have, in the words of my pastor and good friend, transitioned from labor to reward. So can we take just a moment to honor our past loved ones? Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to the Chesterfield Education Foundation, who for some reason or another decided to honor me for the small contributions I've made. But I must tell you, when I look at the large and great achievements of my fellow honorees, I'm humbled, truly humbled to be part of this very prestigious group. I want to thank the Chesterfield Education Foundation for all that you've done and that you are doing, I know you will do, in the lives of children. I thank you for the gathering that we have tonight. I thank those of you who are here to help us celebrate. I want to thank especially my own colleagues and friends, family, bride of 39 years, and one of my 2 Harvard-educated sons who took it upon himself to make himself available to be here tonight. And yes, I did say Harvard. Can you say Harvard? 2 times. There's an African proverb, and I'm sure you've heard it, that says, if we stand tall,
It's because we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors who came before us. And so I stand on the shoulders of a bunch of people, including my parents, who fought for her children and their children to have the opportunity to get a decent shot at an education here in Chesterfield County. A mother who was an activist. And if she were with us today, she would still be pursuing justice. For her, she enjoys saying injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If she were here tonight, she would tell you that yes, the arc of the moral universe does bend toward justice, but it doesn't bend on its own. She would say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. She would go on to tell you that if you're not upset about something, you're probably not paying attention. And if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. Nellie McLeod, she didn't take a whole lot of stuff. But as I move more closely to why I'm here tonight, and that's to receive this prestigious award, I want you to know the greatest thing that Chesterfield County did for me was to give me the confidence and the courage to stand up and to speak of and to use the talents that I have for the good. Can I tell you a short story? Can you tell you a brief story about a little boy who graduated from Matoka High School in 1965, ready for the world? Oh, I knew I was going to the NBA. That was my stick. I was all district, all region, honorable mention, all American. I knew I was going to the NBA. Nobody could tell me I wasn't. Hell, half of the kids in my school signed my yearbook saying I was going. So I knew I was going. But I thought I'd start off at Virginia State College, which was close by, just a walk across River Road. And I started my journey to the NBA there. But unfortunately, between the time I signed my scholarship and the time I showed up, they got a new coach. And he had a whole different take on my talents as a basketball player. I rode the bench, as they say, rode the pine. I went from all district and honorable mention all state to all bench at Virginia State. So finally one night at the end of the first semester, we were riding home on the bus. I'll never forget, I said to one of my benchmates, I said, man, I'm gonna say something. I can't take this sitting on the bench. Not here at home, not here in Ettrick. So I went up to him and I approached him. I said, Coach, can I talk to you? And he in his deep Southern drawl, boy said, sure, McLeod, sit down. So I sat down and I started like this. I said, Coach, I know you're not from around here. You don't really know me, but let me introduce myself. Man, at Matoka High School, man, I did it all. I even pulled out some of the newspaper clippings my mother had cut out the newspaper about me. In one game at Patrick Henry, I scored 34 points and pulled down 30 rebounds. When I graduated from Matoka, I graduated averaging 20 points and 21 rebounds a game. I was the man at Matoka High. And so after having made what I thought was a persuasive argument, if not to start, to at least get in the game before, it was mop-up time. The man looked at me and without hesitation, he said, McLeod, if you was half as good as you think you are, son, you would be all world. He said, for the life of me, I don't see what that other coach saw in you. And it got better. He went on to say, if you want my opinion, son, and it's strictly my opinion, the man wasted a scholarship on you. I heard somebody say what I said under my breath. So I started to make my way back to my seat in the back of the bus. But I had a little conversation with myself on the way back. I said, maybe I'm not as good as I think I am. but I'm a whole lot better than he thinks I am. So with that, I transferred, as Dr. Baber said, to Virginia Commonwealth University, which was RPI at the time. I transferred. I set out my obligatory semester, and then the next year I was playing. Now, I want you to guess who we were playing 1 year to the day later in the semifinals of the Fort Lee Christmas Invitation. Can I hear you say VSC, VSU? You got it. Virginia State College. And now not only am I playing, but I'm starting. I must tell you, at the half, we were losing by 10 points. And I prayed like I never prayed before. Don't tell me they took prayer out of the school. They sure didn't take it out of sports. If you don't believe me, go in the locker room at halftime or before a game. But I said, Lord, please don't let me lose. Let us lose to Virginia State College. I know I couldn't come back home. So as fate would have it, we tied the game up at the end of regulation, went into overtime, and won by 1 point. Won by 1 point. Now, at the end of the athletic contest, the sporting events, the two teams line up to go through and shake hands. Y'all know where the story's going. It's a moment I'd waited 365 days and nights for. And so I got in the line, and as I passed my former teammates, they patted me on the back, high-fived me, told me what a great game I had. And I had a few points, a few rebounds, and several block shots. Oh yeah, I put on a show. I even remember going purposely down to Virginia State's end so they could see me up close, even when the play didn't go to that side of the floor. But the amazing thing is what happens when I got to the coach, the gentleman who told me I was a waste of a scholarship. I put my hand out to shake his hand, and then I stepped in front of him. I blocked his path. Come to Jesus. I blocked his path. And the amazing thing is what he said. Not only did he shake my hand, but he grabbed it with both of his hands. He looked up at me and he said these words. He said, son, I knew all along you could do it. Now, I don't know if he meant that or if he'd have said that if they had won or we had lost. And that's not really even the moral to the story, that I proved him wrong or me right. What is amazing is that I was able to believe in myself, even though someone who was in an authority position told me I was worthless. I was a waste of a scholarship. Now, I told you this story because when I went back to Matoaca this week, I told that same story to a group of kids. And I'll never forget, this one young lady came up to me and said, Doc, how can I find the determination and the motivation and the confidence that you showed that night when that man told you that on that bus ride? She said, how can I find that? And her concern was so genuine, it was palpable. And I could see she was really searching. And so I said to her, all you have to do is look for it. To find confidence, to find encouragement, look for it. The Bible says, seek and you shall find. Because if I could find encouragement from the words of someone who told me I was worthless, I'm sure you can find it from those who support you, who are positive, your parents, your teachers who believe in you, and who tell you that you are somebody. And so as a result of her asking me this, I told her to go look. Look for encouragement. And if you can't get it from anybody else, go one more place. Go to the mirror and look. I'm sure you'll find it there. The song says sometimes you have to encourage yourself. Hello. Sometimes you have to encourage yourself. So I said that as a segue, and as I close, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm looking at those numbers down there. But let me say this in closing. All of us have a responsibility to encourage each other. We don't know, what people are going through or what's happening in their lives, but we have the unique opportunity to encourage other folk. And so I like to leave you with that challenge so that one day, if you run into that young lady or anyone else who's looking for encouragement, you can help, as someone said, turn scars into stars, stumbling blocks into stepping stones, obstacles into opportunities. Or as Dr. King would remark, dark yesterdays into bright tomorrows. So let me ask you this, I'll leave with you these questions. And it's from a poem called Days In. Some of you may be familiar. Is anyone happier because you passed his way? Does anyone remember that you spoke to him today? The day is almost over and his toiling time is through. Is there anyone to utter now a kindly word of you? Can you say tonight in parting with a day that's slipping fast that you helped a single brother of the minute that you passed? Is a single heart rejoicing over what you did or said? Does the man whose hopes were fading, now with courage, look ahead? Did you win the day or lose it? Was it well or sorely spent? Did you leave a trail of kindness or a scar of discontent? And as you close your eyes in slumber, do you think that God will say, you've earned one more tomorrow from the work you did today? Thank you, Chesterfield Education Foundation. I know it was probably a mistake to give me this award, but I'm going to hold on to it anyway. Thank you very much.
A lot of thanks have gone out to the Chesterfield Foundation. I think we should thank them one more time because obviously they did a fantastic job of picking all these amazing people. Just awe-inspiring people. Now, it kind of hurts me a little bit to say this, but apparently it is Matoaka's night because we have one more person that we want to recognize that was recognized last year. And as you know, last year wasn't the best year to be recognized. So I'm going to ask him to stand. Quentin Washington from Matoaka High School, a 2020 award winner. Where are you, Quentin? There he is. Overdue, but congratulations. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Go Warriors. Yeah. This has been an amazing night. On the back of your programs, it has marked the date, November 17, 2022, because these people that put together this amazing lineup of inspiring people will try to top that. Good luck next year. And Amanda, if you're still here, I'd like to get a picture with you, and so you can show it to your mom. I work with a bunch of 20-somethings at CBS 6 who call me Gramps, so I'm right in line for that. Thank you all. Drive safely. We'll see you next year.